Hello, people. Um, so I already have the project open, and I was working on it. I go back to OBS. It's at 14 seconds left on the main timer. Whatever. There you go. Alright. Alright, there you go. Okay, so in this stream, I plan to do the live system. I kind of skipped some of these, but I'm going to do the lives system. I might do these. I probably will have to do these for like road items. Game over. Definitely want selling. And we definitely want to get the wave spawner to be better, so yeah. What I was currently doing was trying to get the goofy thing to walk. And also, I found and fixed a bug. There is a stupid thing with the friendly script here that whenever you would you would have multiple towers, all of the scripts would be like basically the same script, but they weren't supposed to be. They weren't like separate, they were the same. So one turret's range was all of the turret's ranges, which was not how that was meant to work. So I fixed that. And also I added this little thing that was in the tutorial, the little red outline saying that you can't place a tower. So yeah, and of course the range thing. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just going to get rid of those. Get rid of you. And we're gonna have to change up some of these scripts anyways, so it doesn't really matter.
This video is brought to you by Aaron Meta. Thank you so much for being in at Brackies. Hello everyone and welcome to this video on creating a tower defense game in Unity. Today we'll be adding a lives counter to our player stats, and we'll also be displaying that on the UI. We'll also start creating a game manager that will do something whenever we run out of lives. For now we'll just throw a debug.log statement. And we'll also add some health to our enemies and a cool death effect whenever they die. So let's just get right.
Of course I'm not going to do that death effect. At least not yet. I might add those, but not yet. So, yeah, the first thing I'm going to do is go to the UI and I'm going to go get the wave number. There you go. course, that doesn't do anything yet, but it
Right
will.
into it. So you can see I'm here in Unity, and what I want to begin with is adding some way to keep track of how many lives we have left. So let's find our player stat script and double click that to open it up in
Friendly attributes. Make.
Visual Studio. And then we can add a new variable to this, and this is also going to be a public stat big variable, just like our money. So we'll make a public static integer with the amount of lives. Then we'll also create a public integer that is non-static with the amount of lives that we want to start with. So our start lives, and we'll just default that to something like 20.
20?
Then down in our start method, we set lives equal to start lives.
So we're just gonna make that static int, and I think I'm just gonna make a game manager script and use that for this because reasons. Whatever. It's fine. So we have the game manager, now we have the actual manager script. Ooh, spicy. Alright. Oh yeah, in math class, on the calculator, it doesn't have semicolons or equal signs, but you could technically write code. And also you have to type in all caps, but you can technically code, which is kind of dumb. Whatever.
Whoops, sorry, lives. There we go. So whenever we start the game, our lives will be initialized with a value of 20. But right now we can't really see this happening. So in order to display this on the screen, let's create some UI. You can see that we have our first canvas here, and this is the overlay canvas that is just put on top of the screen. I will also just give it time fitted and capture and mapping it to or since overway place it I have a money it's just though to implement that in way, but because our game is so small this is really not gonna matter if you're pushing the most. Then what we can do is every time in the update function, and yes this might not again be the most efficient way, but because our game is so small this is really not gonna matter. If you're pushing to mobile, you might want to consider doing this in a coroutine instead, or having it linked to the player stats in some way. But for now we can simply go and check for this each time we do the update, and we're simply going to check if, or not check, we're simply going to set lives.text here, lives.text equal to player stats.lives. There you go. And that should, of course this is now an integer, so we need to convert it into a string, but we actually don't need to do this whenever we add a string onto it, and we want to add space lives onto the number here, and that actually makes Unity convert this into a string automatically. But if you want to be explicit, you can just as well do .toString in there, just to be very clear about what.
I would swap the order of that, but hey. So we'll just have the lives counter here, I guess. And we'll just put it in here for a public text lives text. Whoa. I hit control. No, I don't want to hit control. Jeez, man. That should be everything. Unity Engine.ui. So let's say this was 10. Then, yeah. Alright. Cool. Of course, it's not 10. But
Doing. And we of course want to lift text to they started play to place at 1. For then we go time between waves, shoot prefabs and find our enemy. And make sure. Then what I'll do is double click on the enemy script and let's have a look at what happens when he reaches the last waypoint, which is the end of his path. So in this case, we want to reduce the amount of lives the player has, and we probably want to destroy our enemy here. So right now we are simply destroying the enemy and then returning. I want to put this into a separate function so we have a clear overview of what's going on. So whenever you have the ability to group lift drawing the object, which is or end path, or something like that, then you pretty much want to do that. So let's just put the destroy call in here, and let's now call end path here, and then we can set lives or player stats dot lives minus minus. That means minus equals 1. Cool. So now,
so in the enemy script, we're gonna call it met path end. I know he makes one of these later. That's why I'm making that now. So, yeah. There you go. What? What is so wrong with that? What is wrong? What? How the frick did I forget those? How? How did I forget? Oh my goodness. Of course. Not whatever. First of all, we're just gonna test to see if it walks. It should. It does. Good. I did make that a public static in, yes? Yes, static in, okay. Come on, compile. Alright. There you go. Okay. Huh. You died. Why aren't you... What? Oh, it's not... Wait. Yeah, no. Okay. Huh. We're probably gonna fix that.
When we go in and hit play, we should see that our little enemy spawns and he runs through, and you can see there's a cattail on the cam here. And when he reaches the end, our lives change to 0. Say hi. Alright. And you can see when we have more enemies spawn here, when they go through, we should get to -1 and then -2. Of course, we don't want that to happen. We want something special to happen whenever we reach a lives amount of 0. So let's go ahead and add this functionality. One thing you could do here is have some kind of method that you call on the player stats to reduce the lives, and just instead of just changing it directly, you could have some method in here, some public method called reduce or subtract lives or whatever, and then you could have that keep track of how many lives we have, and if that goes below 0, we could have a call to a separate object, say a game manager, that will then do some stuff. But instead of interlinking them in all these ways, because that is maybe a bit more advanced, and something that I recommend you do if you want to create a very large games with a lot of moving components and that needs to be very optimized, instead we'll just create a game manager that simply sits and checks our lives amount and then handles everything locally. If you want to do it the other way, I suggest you look at the 2D platformer course, because that shows a lot of ways to do that kind of stuff and how to kind of cheat your way to some singleton objects if that is something that interests you. So let's just go ahead and create a new component here on the Game Master, and let's call this one our Game Manager. And this will be kind of essential for whenever we need to end a game, restart a game, maybe pause a game at a later point, we'll see. So what we'll do in here is we'll have a update method, which we have here, and that is going to check if player stats dot lives is less than.
Of course. Of frickin' course. We had a game manager script anyways. Of course. So if lives manager dot lives is less than or equal to 0, then we want to game over. Game over. Is going to be something like game over UI dot set active true then we'll make a public game object. Is called game over UI, and then in start we'll make sure that game over UI set active is set the facile, of force. There you go. Okay, that makes sense. So now on our UI, we're gonna make a new create empty, game over, stuff, getting, oh yeah, eventually this quit button we're gonna turn into a pause button. And then you'll be able to do some things from there. We need the game manager to use Unity engine dot scene management. I need a public void restart. And then, what is that, scene management dot get active scene. I think reload scene Unity. I don't even need that. I know how to do this. It was in this was 100% in the frickin' okay, Dino game over detector. No, quit game. No. If I search for, yes, okay, good. Okay, def trigger, here it is. Dot load scene. Alright, so now we can make a button that will do that for us. So if we copy and paste this button, jeez, if we get a button and we call it restart button, also an update, we want an if statement. Hey, I got it. Nice. insert, right? Whatever. Okay, our capital letters. Alright. Yeah, now we have a nice little thing. There you go. Nice. Nice! That's just a nice little quality of life thing. Alright, cool. Okay, so we need Game Manager restart. I'm gonna change all of these to be white text. That just looks nicer. Yeah, that pops out so much more. Alright, so now we're gonna just do a quick little test here. Public bool debug mode. I have like a debug mode here, and we're gonna say if nope, wrong one. So this is just going to be game over. So when the alpha numbers are going to be selecting turrets. So we're going to use the function keys as the debug keys. So if input like a keycode.f1, then and debug mode. Then now we can call game over. So this is the legit way to get it, and then here's the debug mode way to get it. And then we're gonna copy this again. This time it's gonna be F2. Instead of calling game over, we're gonna go lives manager dot lives is equal can I do math.infinity? Infinity. Is that a thing I can do? I guess not. Oops. We'll set it to 999. The classic right there. We're going to have another one. It's going to be for function 3. And again, instead of calling game over, we're going to do money manager dot money. And that's going to be equal to tons of money. Loads of money. So yeah, now you can turn on debug mode if you want. And then just have fun. So, game manager, debug mode is now on. So we don't want to press F1, but we can have a bunch of money. So now we can set up a bunch of turrets, and actually this is good for testing. Yeah, I fixed it. Alright, nice. So you can see the functions walk as long as you have debug mode on. That would have quit the game, question mark. That now pops up. And restart is not clickable for some reason. Yeah, none of the UI is clickable. That's really weird. What the frick? No, it just straight up doesn't walk. It's weird. Yeah, no, it's just that button. Why is it only that button? Does it... The button just doesn't walk. What? No, it's meant to be interactable. No, I'm not gonna make a new button. Okay. Jeez. Why was that so difficult? Whatever. Anyways. So we could just go make a quick main menu scene so I can get some sort of a main menu going, but I don't really know. I definitely should, and it wouldn't take forever. I don't know. Like, it won't take forever at all. It will take like 5 seconds. I just really don't want to do that.
And whoops, let's close that one, is less than or equal to 0. So in case we reach 0 lives, or for some reason if two enemies enter at the same time and we reach -1 lives or so, then we want to end the game. So let's do end game. And let's make this a separate function here, end game. And we can just make it right now, throw it, and scene manager. Want to do that once, because if we want to display some kind of game over screen, we don't want 20 or 30 or 100 game over screens popping up in just a few seconds. We only want one. So what we do is simply add a boolean up here, and you can make this a private boolean. You could also make it a public stat. Down here we'll set game end. Here in our update method we can say that if the game has ended, well then we just want to return, then we don't want to continue down and do all this other stuff, we simply exit out of the loop. Awesome. So now when we hit play and see that our enemy runs through the map, and he's gonna do
Okay, that's pretty smart. I'm going to add that. Lasso again. So when the boy reaches the end, yep, and then I can start the next wave. And they all go down properly. If I turn debug mode on, then I can now restart, and it doesn't restart lives. Alright. You know what? I don't know why it doesn't restart lives. Whatever. Never mind, I know why. I'm gonna edit that in the wave manager. So on void awake, we want the wave index to equal 0 again. Public int and then again we want an awake, so lives is equal Shoot, really? Start lives. And that should be it, actually. Boom, 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 You can see if you hit that, it does that. That's really nice. And we're going to turn on game debug mode, restart, and our money doesn't restart. So once again, we do void awake, and money is going to be set to start money. Public int start money. There. And the reason I'm not hard coding the values for the money amount there is because depending on what difficulty you're on, it's going to be different lives and different money. Like for easy mode, it would be like 300, so you can get 3 standard turrets from the start. Pretty OP. But hey. Given. Now can I have an image follow cursor unity? That's not how you spell sense. Dies. Whatever.
Do that pretty quickly. Excuse me. And reaches the end here. It says game over just once, and there you go.
Cool. So, yeah. Alright, so on our friendlies, so on mouse down we want something, right? So on mouse down we want to display some sort of an upgrade. And you know what? He's gonna cover that in like the next tutorial-ish. Like right here. Never mind. We'll save that for later. I was gonna say, we're gonna make a mouse down, so if you click on the tower, it'll show like tower stats and whatever. But maybe not. I could still do that though. Tower stat. I could. And then have it dynamically update. I could do that. You know, I should do that. Whatever.
Awesome. So the next thing that I wanted to do was add some way of damaging our enemies, because right now when we add a tower and it shoots the enemy, the bullet then simply destroys the enemy object and nothing really happens. I want to be able to add some more, maybe. So what we'll do is damage in different ways. That's a lot of different. So what we'll do is we will find the place where we currently destroy our enemies. C# script here, and double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. And you can see that down here where we have a function called damage, it simply destroys the enemy. So what we'll do instead here is have some function inside of our enemy that will allow us to take damage. So let's go into our enemy here and begin by adding a new variable, and this is going to be a public integer, and this is going to be our health, and we'll just default that to say 100.
So we don't want to put that on there. We want to put that on here. And hey, look, I already defined it. Isn't that helpful? I already have static shenanigan. I already have it.
You can of course input anything that you want. Then we'll create a new method, and this is going to be a public void because we'll access it from without the class. So we'll access it from our bullet class using a reference, and then we'll call this one take damage, and we'll specify the amount of damage as a parameter here, so as an argument, and that is going to be an integer with the amount. And then we'll simply say that our health minus equals our amount. So we'll just subtract the amount from our health, and then we can say that if health is less than or equal to 0, so in case we die, well then we want to call some kind of die method, and that is yet another.
Alright. So in enemy, I'm gonna go past start and past update, public void take damage and amount. Enemy attributes. And you know what? I need to do all of the same thing that I did for the friendly. Enemy attributes. Attribute. Oh yeah, this is how I fixed the target range, or the turret range equaling the other turret range because they were using the same script for the reference thing shenanigan. I just put this dot get component enemy attribute or friendly attribute for the friendly, and that walked. So yeah. Alright. So now instead of saying enemy attributes, we can just say attributes dot static health minus equals amount, and if attributes static health is less than or equal to 0, of course we is dying. Alright. We don't want that to go there.
Now the method that we want to create. We don't class of is effect whenever this. Once we've done that, we can go into a bullet, and now we want a way of using this transform enemy, so this enemy transform, and then getting the component called enemy on that object, because right now the enemy transform is this entire object right here. We want to seek down this particular component here, the enemy component, and we'll want to go into that and call this particular function. So the way that we do that is by first getting the component, and to do this we simply go enemy.getComponent.
So projectile of course. Hold on. I feel like I fixed this. Ooh, Kevin? Oh, it's a float. Oh, we want that to be an int. Whatever. Surprised Unity didn't give me a frickin' cannot convert int to float or something. Whatever. Okay.
And the component we want to get is of type enemy. Then we can store this component in a variable we'll call of type enemy, and we'll just call this E. The reason why I call it E here, we could just as well call it enemy, but we need to differentiate between this new variable, which is the component, and the other one, and the other one, which is our entire object. Enemy go for a game object or something like that, and then have this one be enemy, but I'll just call it E for short. Then what we do is say E dot take damage, and now we can simply pass in some what we do with that which is opponent and the enemy, but we need to differ and the form.
Did I take damage on the enemy? Yep. Okay.
So what we could do as well is just call this one. Now we could go up here and add a damage parameter to damage and set that equal to 50 by default. This way we can go into all of the different bullet stuff in the damage, and that makes sure to throw it over to the take damage, which is over here. One thing that might happen is we might get an enemy who doesn't have an enemy component. This might be something that we want to happen purposefully in the future, or we might just, well, screw up. So what we'll do here is we'll just check if E is not equal to null. Well, then we want to do this. If it is, then we're screwed. Awesome. And then we can delete the destroys.
I'm like, brackies. Whatever. Alright. Actually, yeah, it makes a little bit more sense. Now, should I make a separate script for bullet attributes? Sure. Frick it. I don't give a crap. Bullet attribute. Okay, we're gonna close a few scripts. Jeez. public static int damage public int damage There you go. As fair as all of that. Now we need a public bullet attributes and start attributes is equal to this get components bullet attributes. There you go. That was really quick. I did that really quickly, but that's kind of how I have to do that. Alright. There we go. That's it. Yep, alright. And then over in here, alright. Enemies script is equal enemy dot oh yeah, the reason I can have this dot get components because it takes in an object. It's optional, but it can. Hello. Alright. So there is that. So if enemy script is not equal to banal to anoint, what? Then we want to do enemy script dot take damage attributes dot damage. There you go. I'm not even surprised I spelled frickin' component wrong. I'm not even surprised. That should just be expected at this point. I can't spell component. Anyways, go to the enemy prefab. Please, goofball. Alright. Okay, good. Coding game. That's a lot. Huh?
Thing down here, we really don't need that. And to say 10, and put order around, and see 1, 2.
Hello. Yes. Everything's walking now. Yes. Alright. Darn it. Where the frick did that not walk? Huh? Well, my phone died. Is this not doing what I think it's trying to do? What? It's the gosh dang start wave button. Okay. Okay, I see what's going on. So So a bear. Alright. Huh? There's no argument given that corresponds to required. Projectile dot damage transform enemy.
Two. Wait. Also fine. Hold back. Cool. And then we can delete the destroy.
Huh? E dot take damage. If E is not equal to null, so if it is, then under script dot take damage. Damage transform enemy equals enemy dot get component the script. There's no argument given that corresponds.
Everything down here, we really don't need that. Cool, so this should actually work. So we really don't need to change the speed of our enemy back to say 10. You can see, so it really damage will screw up. E damage down here, other stuff in there, and change that individually for each one. Then down here we pass in the damage, and that makes sure to throw it over to the take damage, which is over here. One thing that might happen is we might get an enemy who doesn't have an enemy component. This might be something that we want to happen purposefully.
Can I do that? I don't know what it's yelling about. I don't know. $7,036. Huh? I have no idea what it's screaming about. I don't get it. So this is the parameter. Oh. It's not what I asked. Okay, so these are the arguments, right? Target is a transform.
Set that equal to 50 by default. This way we can go into all of the different bullet prefabs, such as the missile and the bullet, and later we might have some other stuff in there, and change the damage.
I have no idea.
But individually,
I think that's really whatever. At least we figured it out. Wait, did I already add that? No. Why was that walking? Huh? Hold on. Okay. You never know. Anyways, Wave Manager. File, open recent. Okay. Not sure why that doesn't work. Hello? We want to start the wave, not spawn the wave. Okay. Makes sense. Game over. Oh. Well, that's a nice way to test that. Now we just want this to be a bool. gas, not... Oh, whatever. I did search it. I fixed it. My phone died. I can't see your things. I should probably plug in my phone. Yeah, I fixed the thing. Alright. Sorry about not seeing your things. Alright, so... I don't know why you're misbehaving again. Attributes equals this dot get component friendly attributes. Does it have to do with the target? Yeah, no, I don't think I could do that. I don't know why they're all targeting the same thing. I don't get it. They shouldn't be able to shoot. They shouldn't. Here is shoot. Shoot. Here it is. I have no idea. Absolutely no idea why that's happening. I have no clue. Is it just a tower? Well, that's not what I wanted to do. Is it... Okay, so if this tower is back here. See? That's what was happening earlier, and I don't know why that keeps happening. Why? I don't get it. Why? It's not like I can really look this up either, because this doesn't... No. Okay, so the next test is to see whether or not I have two different towers. If I take one of them and up the range, right? If I take this guy, see, it's weird. See, like, these guys aren't shooting. And now these are. So why are those shooting now? I don't get it. It's so weird. I don't know why the tower there is shooting. Maybe if build manager. I don't know. I don't know. Can I just... If I look up Brachy's tower defense... I don't know. That is suspicious. I have no idea. Literally no clue. I have no idea why this error is here. Or the bug. It's not an error, it's a bug. And I don't know why it's here. It shouldn't be here. Because the turret has its own script. Okay, hold on. No, that's just graphical. That has nothing to do with the actual radius of the tower. And also, whenever it locks onto a stupid target, it also fires at hypersonic speed for some reason, and I also don't get why that is. I don't know. Okay, hold on. So nearest enemy equals. Okay. It looks like it's picking the closest turret to it. So this enemy Oh, hold on. I think I figured it out. I think I finally figured out why this isn't walking. In Void Update, I have shoot in update. So shoot is being called every single frame, which is, you know, not a good thing. So we definitely want to get rid of that. And we want to make Void Shoot its own thing. I don't know how I didn't catch that. Watch that solve the entire issue. It probably won't, because frick you, but it might. Okay. Oh yeah, I should make a hotkey for debug mode. Now, I'm gonna learn how to make a combination of key presses. Combination of key press input unity. Combination of key press. Okay. So apparently I can just have an OR statement. I'm gonna move all of these over, and also this one's gonna be now 4. That one's 2. That one's 3. So 1. You know, this one's gonna be 3. This one's gonna be 2. F3, F4. Alright, there. If input dot get key code dot key code dot left control. Shouldn't it be and whatever? Yeah. Alright, nice. Now, of course, I can't turn it back off again. So maybe if I make all of these over by 1 again. There you go. So now Control F1 will turn debug mode on. I said we'll turn. I said we'll turn debug mode on. Control F2 turns it back off. There you go. So I can turn off and on debug mode if I need to. Yeah. So now I can quickly get set up and go back out of debug mode. So, yeah. Alright, so if I have... Yeah, that is 100% why. 100%. 100% the reason why. Should walk the missiles. Gosh darn you. Is it the shadow? I can't tell. It's not a shadow. I still don't get it. Now, maybe I can fix this by... I still don't know. I still don't know. I don't get it. I really don't. So this tower's range is helping this tower somehow. Even though they're separate towers completely. With different names. Is it... Hold on, I think I know the issue now. Is it instantiating the game object at the other muzzle? It's the only thing that makes sense. What would I even look up? Can different objects... Every game object. Yeah, that's a lot better. That's a much better idea. I think I might change that. Will Brackies do anything else with that at all? No, okay. And this is on like lives. Okay. Never mind. Alright, we're gonna look this up. Great. If other.tag is equal to enemy, hold on. Hold on. I have to think about this for like 800 years. So we want, whenever the enemy gets within a certain radius, we want the target to be the enemy. Transform. That is literally it. That is all we need to do. That's it. So, if we change the radius thing trigger, enter. Okay. That still isn't working either. Frick you. Why? Protection level? I am so done with this. I am so done. What do you mean freaking protection level? I hate you. God, why is it always this? Why? Why is it always this? What is wrong with this? Can I? Yes. Okay, good. Nope. Frick you. Huh? Okay. Do game objects with the same name and script interact with each other? I still don't understand why. I feel like I just need to completely rewrite every single thing of code. Or at least go to the GitHub and then check the thing. I think that would be easier. Okay. We're gonna go through every script that could be a culprit, and we're going to use them to get shenanigans. Seek. Build manager isn't the issue. Enemy. I think maybe that's screwing it over. Maybe it's that. I don't know. We'll see. Debugging, so fun, as you can tell. Okay, well, we cleaned that up. That's good. Okay. Tower defense. How am I? I hate this.
For each one. Then down here we pass in the damage, and that makes sure to throw it over to the
You know what? Instead of doing the separate script thing, I'm just gonna do a header with attributes as its thing. So a header is brackets. Alright. We'll organize all of this crap later. For right now, I just need everything. So, yeah. We actually don't need that. Oh, friendly attributes. Alright. Oh, great. I don't know why that's not showing up. It's weird. What the frick? Of course. One divided by 10. Yeah. Jeez. Alright. Now, to make the missile launcher not overly overpowered, it's actually going to be very slow. Because, well, duh. Okay, I know why that's happening. We're gonna fix that later. Alright. So there's all that done. I don't even know why I called it bullet attributes. Why did I? It's weird. Whatever. Bye-bye. 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 Alright. Speed will be 10, health will be gun 50. Get $10. Okay. Now, I think okay, that's a little quick. Probably don't want that fast. Definitely don't want that fast. Holy frick. Nope. Huh? Well. Oops. Ah, didn't even set damage. It's fine. It's okay. Of course. Um... Get out.
the take damage, which is over here. One thing that might happen is we might get an enemy who doesn't have an enemy component. This might be something that we want to happen right now when we fight the enemy, or maybe even so that we function inside of our enemy that will going to be a public 100, but you can of course input anything that you want. Then we'll create a new method, and this is going to be a public void because we'll access it from without the class, so we'll access it from our bullet class using a reference, and then we'll call this one take damage, and we'll specify the amount of damage as a parameter here, so as an argument, and that is going to be an integer with the amount. And then we'll simply say that our health minus equals our amount. So we'll just subtract the amount, then call some kind of die method. And that is yet another need this to be. That of course here in a moment will create a cool effect whenever this happens. And we'll also make sure to add some money. So once we've done that, we can go into a bullet. And now we want a way of using this transform enemy, so this enemy transform, and then getting the component called enemy on that object, because right now the enemy transform is this entire object right here. We want to seek down this particular function. So the way that we do that is by first getting the component, and to do this we simply go enemy.getComponent, and the component we want to get is of type enemy. Then we can store this component in a variable we'll call of type enemy, and we'll just call this E. The reason why I call it E here, we could just as well call it enemy, but we need to differentiate between this new variable, which is the component, and the other one, and the other one, which is
I have no idea what just happened
so
here.
this is the entire transform. So what we could do as well is just call this one enemy go for a game object or something like that, and then have this one be enemy, but I'll just call it E for short. Then what we do is say E.take damage, and now we can simply pass in some amount. We could pass in a fixed amount of 20 damage, or we could go up here and...
Hold on. Like, which script is he in? Bullet? What? Colliders equals physics. Oh, here. I should really put this above here.
Then what we do is say E.take damage, and now we can simply pass in some amount. We could pass in a fixed amount of 20 damage, or we could go up here and add a damage parameter to our bullet. So let's just do that. So let's create a variable here, a public integer with the damage, and set that equal to 50 by default. This way we can go into all of the different bullet prefabs, such as the missile and the bullet, and later we might have some other stuff in there, and change the damage individually for each one. Then down here we pass in the damage, and that makes sure to throw it over to the take damage, which is over here. One thing that might happen is we might get an enemy who doesn't have an enemy component. This might be something that we want to happen purposefully in the future, or we might just, well, screw up. So what we'll do here is we'll just check if E is not equal to null. Well, then we want to do this. If it is, then we're screwed. Awesome. And then we can delete the destroy thing down here. We really don't need that. Cool. So this should actually work. So if we now go in here and everything is set up, and we'll just change the speed of our enemy back to say 10. And you can see we have a health here, and on our bullet we also have a damage, and the same thing with our, if we find it here, our missile launcher also, or not our missile launcher, our missile also has a damage, so we could of course change these around. So what we can do now is simply hit play and wait for an enemy to spawn, and we can just add a few turrets here. And you can see 1-2 shots and then the enemy is dead. So it does take 2 shots now to 2 shots, and then we to spawn, and we can just add a few turrets here. And you can see 2 shots for an enemy to spawn, and we can just add a few turrets here. And you can see 2 shots, and then the enemy is dead. So it does take 2 shots now to kill the enemy. That's awesome. So the next thing that we could do here is find our enemy and then add some more functionality whenever he dies. For example, we could add on some money. So, and this is why we group into small functions here, so we can very easily go in and add more functionality and have and very clearly see where the functionality should go. And of course, we want to add more money only when our enemy dies. So we can go up here and make this another variable. It's going to be a public integer, and this could be the value or the price or whatever. Let's just put value here. You could also say money or money gain, whatever. We'll just put value in here, and we'll have this default to something like, I don't know, the prices here are 100 and 250. So let's make one of these give say $50, and we'll just down here say player stats dot money plus equals our value.
Why am I not gaining money? Because you didn't put the thing there. Whatever. Hey, look, I didn't even set the amount wolf. So, my towers are 100 and 200. So we're gonna get $25 dues. The bullet is doing 25 damage. The enemy's health is 50. No, I'm not gonna do that. That's really dumb. Yes! It's because it was colliding with it twice, I guess. Oh, it's so nice I fixed it. See, even these towers, they finally don't shoot if they're not within their own range. You not know how happy I am to have that fixed. That was so annoying. Whatever. Okay. But now that that is walking, I feel like I have to do something else, but I forget what I still have to do. Darn you. Okay, so we got that walking, right? Now, finally. I feel like I have to add something still. Or, oh, the wave button, not, yeah.
Cool. So that should actually fine. So the last thing here is just adding in a cool effect. So let's actually create that cool effect, and we'll use one of to use. So we can now hit apply on this as soon as we've turned off looping, of course, for code. So we'll need a reference to the times this destination with
Instantiate, whatever.
That up video or temper. If you want to
Cool.
y value of 3 down here, looks like. So let's put a y value of 3 and a y value of 3 down here, and then a z value of maybe 5. Just so we can see kind of, I believe we can just go ahead and do that right now. So let's double click on the shop to be taking over here, and let's double click that to open it up, and we'll go pop. So we'll call this one the select, as in our laser beamer, of course. Here, still have is just double click on that and go in here and remove those two fields. That's really, so let's just double click on that and go in here and remove those two fields. There's really no reason for those to sit there because we are passing them along inside of the turret blueprint. So we can just remove those, and you can see there's really no reason to double click on that and go in here and remove those two.
Unity. Do I even have those? No. Why would I?
Fields. This side of the arrow free. We can talk need to icon. So we have included a laser beam. Again, I think that hey, things are moving. You want to make added the function. Need to go on. But let's do that. Or we could. Actually, I want to switch that around. One red, and it to use a laser instead. So we'll just do you upgraded a lot of stuff. So, and just to be fast, I will just cut it to it. Just block the if stuff. This should be you can have a shoot position as each troops, and everything is sick. What that up here to do in order the line renderer does not disappear. So what up here we're checking if that is just check if we actually this statement able to have the other equal on up inside the monkey have a target, and as soon as he's out of range our line renderer just again disappears. So that is working just the way we want it to. And yeah, again, for the next video, we'll be slowing down the opponents. If you want me to ask for without credit, temper was fine. If you want.
Why would a laser beam slow down an opponent? Whatever. How does that make sense?
Today we don't want to be enemy in a find that just looks not it's real. This the arm to the bar that change that is that of the beam we can should practice where bit will the particle like or keep someone ask people the code to position not have we could use it at road. So imagine I want to be forward and what I that with 0.5. This is the lazy multipliers and you read it on move it. Oh, awesome. So let's hit apply here.
My keycap fell off from hitting right arrow too much. Instantiate that effect.
What about the stopped as well? So let's go ahead and rename the production here for that material and to see that's increase going to be it really looks radiating almost. Now we can color over to be it out just instance or the enemy light thing it does. Might want to turn down or tone down the glow a tiny bit. I think it's a bit too much, so let's just find our impact effect here and that. Cool. So the last thing that I kind of wanted to do was just of course enable and disable this light. So if we now double click our top view it here button with this next. Thanks to Adwan herself, you can go to Patreon. This video is from.com. This is a beamer from that much. What if it's something like 30? Or our laser will damage our enemy by 30 hit points. Great. And then we can go down here and inside of our update loop, you can see we call laser each frame. And then we can go down here to where we do all that stuff, lasering. And we could either add it to the top or to the bottom. This is all of the graphic stuff, and then down here we could damage. Actually, I think I'm going to do this before all of the graphic stuff because it is the most important part. Is actually damaging the enemy. So what we could do here is just simply go target, and our target has a component called enemy. So we could go get component, and we could supply that by time.delta_t. That is so this leaving, and we can or whatever I take damage a public make this in should actually see this working now. So if we go in here, we can see that if we wait, I'm gonna pause the game here and select our enemy. You can see he's currently on 14 health here, and if we just keep going, you can see it quickly decrease. There are a few issues with this. The first one is that currently we are getting the component of our target every single frame. So the name.
Well, that's not a good thing, is it?
Select this to cut it. That actually sits still inside of our end, but then enemy to spawn, it works just as before. And what this allows us to do now is can say stack turrets on the enemy, set our speed, and reset our board again, and then speed that here and play. And right now they will damage the. And then we can go in here and create a void set start speed, and because start speed is never modified, we can do this every frame no problem. So there are a few problems. Now to start this will hide in inspector, and writing this right before any variable simply means that it will not show up. So it says here makes a variable not show up in the inspector but be serialized. So there we go. Cool. So that is all the functionality we're going to need here, and you will notice that if we go in here now and create one of these and make him shoot, you can see that it actually slows the opponent. However, if we were to put him a bit further away here, maybe here, it slows, and you will see that when he gets out of range, he's still slowed. So we need some way of canceling this back out. And the way that we are going to do this is we're going to utilize how Unity calls update loops. The update loop. Go in here, and that change called, and that means that we just in here. There we go. Our target is well, then it and here. What's the other region function? It was just a second, but to the custom order and drag them to reorder. So in our case here, the default time is when all of the different scripts will be executed. And execute changes, we could simply drag it up there and it's now executed -100. So that means we could simply, what we can then do is that fine, it's just reset, and if it does it, and it's just let our out. It's out of range, and because start speed is never much, so that's how we can do start keep, and the original just will.
When did he add
that,
enemy
and
movement?
they works. We have our stats before the enemy eat and other just specific to. This is stuff central to how it looks when it dies. And then we get to the target and the waypoint index. And this is something that's very specific to movement. So what I want to do is take stuff like this and move it into a separate script, just to kind of make our whole code easier to read and more modular. So we'll go inside and find our enemy prefab here. And let's create a new component called, well, enemy movement. And let's make this a new script and create an add. And let's double click that to open it.
I know he created enemy movement later, but whatever. Movement. Oh jeez. Yeah, it's pretty cool that Unity considers this to be a component. I mean, duh, it's how you reference it, but still, it's fun.
I love in Visual Studio as well. All stuff in here, because that's all movement code. Let's hit Control X to cut it out, and then let's paste it inside of our.
So, getting the target, the waypoint index. Whatever.
Our enemy move, describing the enemy and changing the health around. The same thing with dying, and then we have our update, and everything we do inside of the update is movement related. We get a direction, we translate it.
Ignore that.
We also find the distance to the next point and stuff like that, and getting the next waypoint and ending the path. All of this is specific to movement. So let's take all of this code as well and simply cut that out, Control X or Command X if you're on the Mac, and let's then copy that in here instead. And this should work right off the bat, except for one thing, and that is our speed variable, because that speed inside of our enemy movement, but then we wouldn't have a central place for all of the stuff that we movement our enemy. And we could of course go ahead and move our speed inside of our enemy movement,
Which actually makes a lot of sense, but hey.
but then I think it's enemy. In order to get enemy, first require component of type enemy that sits on the object. That will just ensure that. And then we'll also make a enemy on enemy dot speed, and it's actually that easy to. Instead of going speed, we can go on our component either, and in this and we'll
component private whatever. All right, there you go.
just call this one enemy equal to get component, and we call it, and it's, I believe that's all we needed to do here. So the next thing that we could do, and let's just test out. If this is working here, so you can see we have enemy movement, but it has no attributes. We have all of our attributes in here.
Jeez, Unity, shut up. All right. So yeah, no, that's it.
And they should link up nicely so that when we now hit play and wait for an enemy to spawn, it works just as before. And what this allows us to do now is, if we go inside of our turret, we have our target enemy, and we can go in here and add a new function. Say we want to go target enemy dot slow, and then we want to give it some slow. The spent means in target is still just, and that's just supplies here. So this would mean that our new on the different types of enemies that we're able to spawn and how they increase in difficulty as the game goes on. So this video is brought to you by our own Meta. Thank you so much for donating. If you want to support Brackeys yourself, you can go to patreon.com/Brackeys. Thanks for tuning in at Brackeys. We fixed our rubber. So in the start is here inside to take care of spawning the different waves. And when we spawn a new wave, you can see we increase the wave index, which is a private variable. And we'll just go ahead and increase the rounds as well. So we can just go ahead and see where we start method. I'll run it to 0. Again, we don't do this here, because then when restarting, our rounds won't be reset.
Do I want to change every single mention of Money Manager? No. We're just gonna make a new screen. No, we're just gonna put this in Game Manager instead of player stats, whatever. Alright.
So we set that inside of the start method. Then what we can do is find our wave spawner, where we take care of spawning the different waves. And when we spawn a new wave, you can see we increase the wave index, which is a private variable. And we'll just go ahead and increase the rounds as well. So we could just go player stats dot rounds. And it's not appearing for some reason. Public int rounds. Oh, we need to make this static, of course. Public static int. So player stats dot rounds plus plus. So we'll just increase it there. And now we should see that happening. So we can't actually see the rounds in here because it's static, but we should actually, it should increase. And one way, of course, that we can check this out is just by making our rounds survive the increase and the rounds. And now we should plus plus. So we'll just increase it there. And now we should see that happening. So we can't actually see the rounds in here because it's static, but we should actually, it should increase. And one way, of course, that we can check this out is just by making our rounds survive to actually update. So let's now create some functionality inside of our text object. So space rounds, accept it as tag, go do it on way we should actually. So now it spawned one enemy. Let's wait for it to spawn one more, and that should put us on a total of 2 rounds survived. And if you now hit E, you can see that it says game over, 2 rounds survived. And of course, right now you can't help but survive at least a few rounds. One thing you could do is keep track of what enemies are associated with what round and whether or not you've actually killed those enemies, but I think that would be overly complicated. At the moment, if you don't do a thing, you should be able to survive about 3 rounds. That's alright. So you can see here how many rounds we've survived, and we're now able to press the different buttons. However, nothing happens when we press these buttons. One, go into management level, build index, you can still change it. I don't see no in one go case we means instead to load our case will just be to read is just new, of course. I just want to call it, and it should say, oh, of course. One thing that we also need to do is actually hook this up. So to drag it on the truck, go on the game thing.
Guess what, Brackies? I already frickin' did that. Yeah, that's right, the troll.
Go to come here on the set and go and moving everything over. Just stay with that. And then the next thing is, of course, our round survived. So this is where we'll put in a canvas group again, and I want this to kind of scale from being really large and then zoom in, and at the same time we want it to fade in. So again, the canvas group point is something a little, and I really like the look of that. And then the last thing that I want to do is just kind of have our buttons pop up upon 9 even group to this, and this added, and we'll do alpha 2 to move things over, something like that. So I think this gives a really cool kind of organic looking animation, and I definitely think keyframes go on the curve. Let's do this for all of them so we kind of smooth out the animation. So let's try that one more time. Yeah. Awesome. That's good. It should do that right away. So here come up in the background, game manager, and clean up our temporary testing code. Game master, and just clean up our game manager, and clean up our.
That's why I implemented a debug menu.
Our temporary testing code here. Hit save. Now the game should be working just the way we wanted it to. So I'm just gonna have the game play in the background here while we do the outro, and you can see that all of our elements are actually coming together. And this is now not a very challenging game, but it is a game. It has an end state. It doesn't have necessarily a win scenario, but because there is a score, there's the player has something to strive towards. He has multiple options, both in which turrets he chooses and where he places them. And yeah, we have enemies that vary in difficulty, or at least more and more of them spawn. and there you can see the game over screen as well. So the game is turning out really fun, and there you can in difficulty, or at least the more and more of them vary in difficulty, or at least the the game study is. And I will see you in the next video. And also, I really apologize for this sounding sick and everything. I know. Your temper goes if you. So when I opened my computer today, Windows decided to do an hour-long update. And what that did is mess up my mic. So I just recorded a full video with no sound. Anyways, here we go for a second try. This video is brought to you by Aaron Meta. Thank you so much for doing it.
You know what? That happened to me, but the opposite. I recorded audio without the video.
Patreon.com. Hello everyone and welcome to this video.
Thanks for tuning in at Brackies.
Hello everyone and welcome to this video on creating a tower defense game in Unity. Today we'll be making some functionality for selecting turrets. So whenever we click on a turret on our map, we'll have a cool UI pop up right above that turret with some options for upgrading and an overwhelming amount of views said upgrades and a lot of views said selling as well. So I thought this was a pretty important video to get out of the way in order to do all of that stuff. And what we can do is of course make this interactive. So what we want to do is have some work build, because it's not two variables. You can see that we currently have a private turret blueprint called the turret to build. In here you want to create a private node as well called the selected node. You can also call it the selected turret, whatever you want to do, but I'm going to select the actual node here. And then down here at the bottom you can see we have a function called select turret to build. We want to just make a separate one here called select node, which instead of taking in a turret is going to take in a node, and it's just going to say set selected node equal to that node that was passed in. However, because we want to only be able to have either a node or turret selected at one point or a turret to build, we can easily go in here and set turret to build equal to null, and go in here and set selected node equal to null. This way, when we enable one, we disable the other. Great! So this isn't actually implemented into the UI, but it is implemented into the build manager, which means that if we go ahead and actually call this select node inside of our node, we should be able to see this working in the game. So to do that, we find our node script, so just find that in here. And you can see under the function called onMouseDown, we check, are we currently clicking a UI element, in which case we just want to ignore it. If we're not, well then we want to make sure that we can actually build there, that our build manager is ready to build. And this is what I want to move down, because we want to do this regardless if we only want to do this in case there's no turret there. So if there's no turret there, we want to try to build, so we want to make sure to check if we can build, and if we can't, we call build manager.build turret on, and we pass in this node. So we tell our build manager to build a turret here. However, what we want to change is this if statement. So we say if the turret is not equal to null, meaning if there's already a turret sitting on this object or on this node. Well, so far we've just returned and said we can't build there. What we want to do instead is simply select that node. So we do build manager, and just like select pass in ourselves. Going to say action. If we then select one of these turrets, let's just select the first one. We do have a hover animation, and we can keep on choosing these. It's the same with the other ones. So now we have this one selected. We still have a hover animation. But if I now select one of the turrets, say this one, that hover animation disappears. And that's because we currently don't have a turret to build selected. We have a node into the node here, and turrets are taking in a turret. We keep track of that here. It's not declare our variables. You can see that we can't call it the selected turret.
Boom, 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 boom. Alright.
Now, make a separate one here, taking a node that is either a node or turret selected. One equal to null. And go in here
Okay.
and set selected node. Great. So this isn't actually implemented into the UI, but it is implemented into the build manager, which means that if we go ahead and actually call this select node inside of our node, we should be able to see this working in the game. So to do that, we find our node script, so just find that in here. And you can see under the function called onMouseDown, we check, are we currently clicking a UI element, in which case we just want to ignore it. If we're not, well then we want to make sure that we can actually build there, that our build manager is ready to build. And this is what I want to move down, because we want to do this regardless if we only want to do this in case there's no turret there. So if there's no turret there, we want to try to build, so we want to make sure to check if we can build, and if we can't, we call it build manager, so we go like that node. Awesome. You can see currently right off the bat, we don't have any hover animation. If we then select one of these turrets, let's just select the first one, we do have a hover animation. And we can we can keep on choosing these, and it's the same with the other ones. So now we have this one selected, we still have a hover animation, but if I now select one of the turrets, say this one, that hover animation disappears. And that's because we currently don't have a turret to build selected. We have this node selected, and the way that we can actually see this is if we just go over to our inspector, select our game master, and change from normal to debug mode on the inspector, we can see that under our build manager, the selected node, despite it being a private variable, because we're inside of our debug mode.
Ooh, debug. Scary. Huh? Okay.
can actually see it. And we can see that it points to node 37. So if we now click that and go here, you can see that is that turret. And if we select our game master, you can see that that variable updates as we select the different turrets. So it is actually working, but it's not really being showed anywhere. And this is where our UI comes in. So what we want to do now is kind of create a script on our Node UI that is responsible for, well, hooking up our upgrade and sell buttons at a later point. But for now, we want this to be able to move around the UI and hide it when it's not necessary. So let's create a Node UI script. So I have to take a back up for specific function. So we want to be able to call this on our build manager. In here, we want to, whenever selecting a node, we want to be able to have some kind of reference to our UI. So we'll go dot and then set target, and then we want to pass in the node that is the target. So in order to do this, what we do is of course taking the parameter with that target. And of course we don't want to call this target, because then we don't know what is this target and what is this target. What you could do is then go this dot target, which implies the field up here that is part of the class, equals whatever passed in, which is this one. And this would work, but what I like to do instead is just rename this to underscore target, so to make it very clear that this is passed in here, and this is the variable that sits on the class. Just make sure you differentiate. Some people like doing really shorthand notation, just writing T there, and you can do that as well. Just do whatever suits you. Awesome, so we have now set that target, and then we want to of course change our position. So we can set our transform.position equal to target dot and then get build position. And the reason why we don't just use target.transform.position is because that is the very center of our node. And if we look at our nodes here, that is inside where build position UI up to this node to make this variable here accept, and this UI.be our node UI. Cool. And the selected node.
Question mark? I'm just going to delete you. And you. And you. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna, instead of editing this, we're gonna edit this. So we're gonna actually have a new script. I'm gonna differ a little bit. Okay. So I mean, this is basically the same thing as the tower placement and such, and the giving the money and everything. It's the same thing, it's just slightly different. because we're using different variables, but it's the same thing basically.
Notice UI and a different what turret is currently selected, and it does so beautifully. So the next thing we want to about looking at function is sit down what we then do in our side of our set.
Whatever. Alright. So on mouse down upgrade UI.set active true, and then we just have to make an upgrade UI, of course. So upgrade UI. Now, all of the towers are just going to have the same upgrades. They're just going to have fire rate upgrade. They're just going to have a fire rate, range, damage. That is literally it. All of the upgrades. So, that's pretty good. So, public void. Range, fire rate, damage. Jeez. There you go. So that's basically it. There's one last one, public void, and the reason I'm making just a bunch of methods here is I'm just gonna put them all for buttons. Public void, close UI. This one we can do now. Upgrade UI.set active false. And then we'll have another thing. Alright, there you go. So this can be set to true, this is false, and this is false. So there you go. Public int upgrade cost range fire rate now this is going to be extremely easy, so we're just going to put an if range upgrade cost is less than or equal to, yeah, it's a static, so I can just do this, money manager, money. Well, then we probably want to upgrade the range. There you go. And then that is simply it. At least for now. Okay. Private friendly. We'll call it friendly. Friendly is going to be equal to yeah, they're on the same game object. Make sure I 100% specify this component friendly equals this.getComponent friendly. So yeah, now in theory we can upgrade all of these. So we're just gonna open up the friendly script. There you go. So that's basically the format that we need to copy. So this one's is called fire rate, and then damage is actually for the bullet. Now, can I do... What? Okay. Whatever. Let's see how Brackeys does it actually.
And we of course do that whenever it's in the visitors of the stat C then the one I want to node we might have something easy if you was all heard all heard and then we back to beacon and if we she said is from cat them as well. So one we want awesome thank you that what brackets. This video is brought upgrades run to 2 button which will and play yeah. Before we get started with this, I just want to fix a very quick little bug that I discovered when turning off the recording from the last video. And that is, if we currently hit play and place some turrets at the very top of our map here, so let's just place some right here, you can see if we try and place these at the very top of some of these nodes, it's not going to give a hover animation and nothing happens when we press it. And also if we try to select one of these, you can see that sometimes doesn't work. It does if we click down here, but not at the top. So what is happening here? Well, it's actually our top canvas that is currently overlaying our map a bit. And because that has a graphic raycaster, that will sometimes block any information about having clicked on an object. So what we want to do is simply disable this graphic raycaster. I believe you can just remove the component as well. I'm just going to keep it there. And that should actually fix that bug. So now if we go in here, we should see that everything, if we select the chart, everything highlights properly and that we can correctly shift between the different turrets. Much better. Awesome. So what I want, that's a lot more sensical to have this function sit on the node itself, because we're building on the node, so we might as well have the function on the node. Also, we're passing in an instance or a reference to this instance of the class, and then we're changing stuff inside of our build manager. If we go into our build manager here, you can see that we are accessing turret under the node and changing that. And there's no reason to do that using a reference when we can just do all of it locally. So let's change this so that instead of a turret, this one blueprint. Awesome. So this is what we want to call down here. So we want to go build turret, and then we want to pass in some kind of blueprint, and we will talk about where we get this from in a moment. Then inside of our build manager, we can take all of this code, copy it, and delete the entire function. So must initiate don't a build effect, and we could either have this sit on the blueprint as well. That would make, so that's awesome. Well, we want art, so that's and studio, I'm sorry. And in here, whenever we set the target, we don't want, and this function you write menu doesn't stay open, it's just function to do it. So we need to upgrade out with so we can like so that we are graded, and I want to, and what we can then be to something like 80. Cool. And what we can then, actually they don't want to bump up the speed, I think that's fine at 70. Cool. And then we can create some separate materials to make this actually pop. So let's drag in our bullet here so we can see what's going on with it. And where is it? It's down there. So let's just pull it over here so we can see what's going on. Awesome. So let's go under our materials and let's find our bullet material. Again, we want to duplicate this, Control D or Command D, and do bullet underscore upgrade. It is no one think you should make something 1 point, and I'll go and do upgrade them in there. Grade it finally on the 2 trigger. And our base is minus just this component. It's looking pretty good. And next time here upgrade, and I'll find whenever we upgrade stuff.
Oh. Okay. Good. If that's the only error, then I'm happy. Alright. It does make a lot more sense to just swap the turret and just upgrade it. That does make a lot more sense. So if I want to it does make more sense to do that, but you know what? I'm still gonna have all of these, this whole menu and such. Am I in play mode or not? Good gracious.
So let's try that again. Upgrade. And we have another reference exception. So that's awesome. Let's find out what's going on. Alright, so I figured out what the mistake was, and that's just me being stupid. So of course, inside of our node, whenever we are building the turret, we also need to make sure that we are setting the turret blueprint equal to the blueprint that was passed in. There we go. Need to also, so boom, there we go. More time. So let's build 3 turrets. Let's try upgrading, and boom, there we go. Awesome. So that's working, and it's looking super cool. Cool. And you can see the second time here, I can actually keep upgrading these, and that's a problem. And also our UI is currently not updating to show the actual cost of that. So that's what we're going to be editing now. Change this. Let's also the upgrade for variable, and this one is going to be the actual cost or amount, and let's rename that to cost. 2.5 is, and then we take our cost here and anchor our text to the top, and we take our text and angle that to the bottom. There we go. So we have the exact index here. Now it looks good. Be the update, meaning drag in, see this work, and that's why. So we are using cost, go under the cat back to work. And if we were to spawn in a missile launcher, which currently has a default upgrade cost of 0, you can see that it says that as well. So it does update depending on the turret. Awesome. So that we want to do here, beta, and here create all of that for awesome. And all we
Alright, so okay, we're just gonna make an entirely new script, basically. Okay, so public game object. This is gonna be the upgrade UI. On mouse enter upgrade UI set active true. Jeez, I completely spelled up spelled out. I'm just gonna stop talking. Void on mouse exit upgrade UI dot set active faster. Public bool UI opened if UI opened finally void on mouse down there's Facile again. Alright, so when you enter, gonna be true. When you haven't opened the UI and you exit, it's gonna be false. And yeah, alright. You know what, where the frick is it? Upgrade script. Okay. Now, why am I trying to do that? Just go here, add component, upgrade script. Alright. Alright. Oh, yeah. Alright, there you go. Load already. Thank you. Now. It is walking, though. It's just not walking, though. Game object, no reference. Alright. Well. public game object UI, and then wait. Either it's dot instance or instance. Jeez. Okay, good. Wait a minute. Hello? Oh my goodness. It walks. It walks. Yes. Thank you. Oh, finally. Oh my goodness. Alright. We are in business now, though. Jeez. Okay. That was a little shenanigan complicated there. Thankfully, that is now over. Jeez, man. It's somehow 6:29. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Please help. Anyways. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Shut up. It's okay. Shut your mouth. It's okay. Anyways, close UI. Just call that. Void. These need to be public. Void. Public. Void. Cell. Okay. So destroy the game object this is attached to, we've used that before. And also, we can say we can also call close UI again. There we go. So we'll destroy the game object, or close the UI, and then also money manager dot money plus equals, what can I even say? Well, this is gonna have to be different depending on which one we're doing. And since it's prefabs, we can do this easily, at least for the upgrade. So, money manager.money is going to be plus equals some number. Plus equals public friendly so I can drag that in the var. Friendly you have something. Oh, you don't have a cost. Where the frick is the cost? What? Darn you. Cool. I don't really care. Okay, so where is that attached to? Down here. What do I do? Ugh. Oh. Right. Can I just do a fixed rate? So we're referencing the game object. If we say this, that's why we can just destroy it, but we're referencing this, right? Of these static. No. No, it's way too complicated. We're just gonna do that. Public int cell amount. There. Since these are different, so yeah. And it's just gonna be half of what the turret normally costs. So. Okay. Oh, wait. It never ends. It never ends. Great. Okay. We're gonna make a new script. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a new script. We're gonna make a new script. And what this script will do. Okay, so we're gonna make a new script. And I don't know. It's gonna be for the buttons. And we're gonna call the methods in a method using the buttons. You know what, no. Okay, so what we're gonna do is on every turret, instead of having the thing, right? In update, we're just gonna have two thingamabobbers. One of them is gonna upgrade, and the other one is going to simply sell. We'll simply map them to Q and E. I think they need to be capitalized. Map them to Q and E though. So now, if we build some kind of a turret, hit E, and then there you go. It's now sold. Now it does update, and yes, it did actually destroy the game object, which is a good thing. However, for some reason it won't update the money. We don't need anything with a user interface. We just want one simple thing. Oh yeah, duh. Alright. Now, I have one thing. Yep, knew it. Alright, we're gonna have a public bool. There you go. Alright. And then we're gonna call some sort of I don't know, some sort of a something method to do something. I don't know exactly what, but we're gonna call some sort of a method. We're gonna call something like, I don't know, change color, highlight, selection, sure, void. These don't have to be public. They can just be normal voids now. So void Okay, makes sense. So whenever we upgrade, we want to set is selected to false. We want to minus equals upgrade cost. And actually if upgrade cost is greater than this, so if the upgrade cost is less than or equal to the amount of money we have, then we can do all this. Basically. Alright, where's... No, you don't control it. Where does this... Isn't it Shop UI that has it on it? Yeah. So how can we... we can just toggle upgrade on. And upgrade could be like a different color or whatever. Yeah. We could do that. So we could have shop UI, something about that, but I don't really want to do that. Okay then. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna have another model. So you know what I'm gonna do actually? I'm just gonna bring standard turret into a scene. I'm going to unpack this completely. I'm going to delete the standard turret prefab. I'm going to copy and paste this. And then, of course, we'll have alright. And by default, this is not here. And then this is now the prefab. Jeez. Huh? What? Okay. I'm just gonna reset the transform on that one. Okay. Gosh darn it. Whatever. Anyways, the upgraded turret obviously can't be upgraded, so oops. Upgraded. Alright. So the stats are just going to be doubled, basically. That's basically how upgrading works. You just double the value. So, yeah. Do we have people in chat? Yes, we do. Hey, chat. I have a question. What color should I make the upgraded turret? What color? Army green. There you go. So there's the normal, upgraded, normal, upgraded. So yeah. Now I'm gonna edit the upgrade script, and we're gonna have a public object upgraded version. I shut up VS Code. That's not how you spell version. That is alright. And there's your upgrade. I mean, that's basically all I have to do. Basically, anyways. So we are on the standard turret prefab. So we're going to get some money here. And there you go. We have now upgraded the turret. Isn't that good? There you go. Now I can buy another one, upgrade it. The money goes away when you upgrade the tower. You can buy and upgrade a new one. And there you go. Now, I think the last thing I gotta do is upgrade the fire rate, make the turn speed double, and make the range double. And that's it. So, yeah. There you go. So now we have a bigger range. And now it snaps faster. This is so good. Come on. There you go. Faster fire rate. Some speedy boys over here. There you go. Can upgrade it. There you go. Oh, I love that so much. Alright. And then the nice thing about this is it's completely and fully modular. So yeah, it's really nice because now what I can do is I can do all this, and then this is upgraded. Open this up in the scene view. Normal, upgraded, upgrade cost. And so 200, it's gonna be 400. And yeah, and then this guy, we actually, yeah. I'm gonna remove this component actually, and we're gonna put this on here instead. That just makes a little more sense. Sells for 50. There you go. Because we still need to be able to sell it, so, you know. Oh, jeez. There you go. Normal upgraded, normal upgraded, normal upgraded. Go upgraded missile, and then double everything. It's a really large range, Jesus. Alright. So now we can spawn in some towers here. Of course, dragging the missile launcher. There you go. Ew. That's a tower and a half. Could I make like a highlight thing game object? Yeah. Heh. For some reason, I cannot sell the upgraded missile launcher. And I don't know why. Wait, where the frick did the script go? What? Hello? Again, you still can't sell this, and I don't know why. Fair. Okay. So no, we're just gonna create a new script. That's the cell script. So we're just going to yoink that. Yoink that. There, G's. G's. Okay. Cell script. No. So the normal turret, again, it's just going to be half. And then half of the upgrade cost was 100. So there you go. And then on the missile launcher, $300 only. Yeah, half the, yeah. Since the upgrade cost is 400. Okay. You know what? Instead of just making these false, I'm just gonna destroy the normal version. Why would I do anything else? Duh, you just destroy the normal versions. It doesn't need to exist anymore. Duh. Okay, I can sell it. Good. And then, okay. Whatever. That's all I wanted to do. Alright. Alright, now we're just gonna do some user graphical thingamabobbers. So yeah, public game object. Okay. So, cell indicator, that would just be a copy of the radius. Yep. And then, how do I cancel that selection then, right? Oh, not an update. Oh, over here. Okay. So now all we gotta do is just set all that up, basically. So again, it's just gonna be this. Yeah. Now just delete that. We'll drop it like in the middle. There you go. Cell, upgrade, cell. Alright. There you go. That's everything configured for the missile launcher. Upgrade, sell. Just make sure. All right. Oh, I didn't have enough money. You dum dum. Yeah, but this shouldn't be on by default. So I can't upgrade anything because I don't have the money, but now I can, and then I can sell it. That's like full map range. Hold on. If I put one of these guys in like the center, that's the entire track. Okay, so obviously we have to make the levels bigger. Gracious. Alright. Yeah, you can multi-select. That's fun. I'm not actually gonna change that. That's better. That's better than balloons. Being able right, being able to multi-select. That is genuinely a nice feature to have. Yeah. Turret shop. There you go. Should put something in the friendly script real quick. Just be a very quick addition. And that quick addition is going to be the radius here. So in update, which apparently I don't have at all, which is fun. Radius dot set active. Okay, fast. False. Jeez, man. I already do. Do I? Oh, I do. Well, then why would... Well, we're gonna get update out of the Shadow Realm. We'll put it up here. Why is update all the way down at the bottom? Weird. Whatever. There. Perfect. And then you can multi-select again. Hit E. Deletes. That is such nice quality of life. Oh my goodness. That's going to be so helpful for testing things you don't even know. It's going to be so nice.
What we need to do is go down here and say upgrade button. Upgrade.
Question mark. Anyways, if we wanted to, we could add more tiers of upgrade. Like, we can just add upgraded. We can change upgraded to upgrade. And then... Yes?
Are you alive? How come you haven't been coming out?
Because I'm streaming.
Okay.
Okay, then. But if I wanted to, I could have... You know, I could have an array and then just have an index. Take it in an array of game objects. Yeah, I could just do that. For the upgrade. And then the cell is the same. And I can just set all of the game object arrays. Or I could not. You know. I do want more upgrade tiers, though. I do want to be able to upgrade the turrets further. But that's going to be something we implement later. So I'm just going to add that to a doc. And then also something I want to do is have a piece of text that pops up asking if you want to confirm you're selling. And to do that, all I would have to do is just add a UI legacy text element. Now I have to add now. Oh, frick that. Never mind. But yeah. It is basically arranged through it. So as soon as you have $700 or $600 in at least this version of the game, you have this thing. This thing's a little overpowered, not gonna lie. Just put a bunch in the corners. For 1, 2. Or just save up. And it's not like it takes forever to get money, so whatever. There we go. Okay, don't have enough. That's cool. Still walks. With multiple tower selection. That's cool. I like that. This hasn't fired a shot in this entire time. Being able to do that is so nice. Okay. Now we need 200 times 10. That's a little bit, actually. 10 times 200. $2,000. Hold on. If I have 800, right? Even if I select all of these guys, only upgraded 4. That is so cool. I love that so much. Also, now we have to do some more calculations. So 4 times 200 is 800, so now we need $1,200. There you go. Fully upgraded, all of the towers. See, we can sell the towers. Now you can just hold down the button and slowly they will upgrade as long as you have constant cash flow. Nice. There you go. That's a lot of money. We'll just get up to wave 100 real quick, and then we're all good. There you go, wave 100. $60-ish places to put a missile launcher. Yep, one shy of 69. Gosh dang it. Ever. Oh no. Whatever. Yeah, we want that guy to be in the middle. Plus 12. I'm gonna say plus 2F instead of plus 1. That range indicator is a little sketchy. It's a little strange. Yeah, because that tower hits from there. I don't know. Yeah, now this one tower has full map range. I mean, you can get a pretty good defense going pretty quickly. However, with the improved wave spawner, in theory, we're gonna have more enemies, more enemy types. And as the waves get longer and longer, or as the wave number goes up and up and up, we're going to be increasing the difficulty, obviously, because having 100 of those test enemies chasing after you isn't really that scary. Just saying. But, yeah. So, we've been streaming for 7 hours somehow. Okay. So, we've been streaming for 7 hours. So, we can skip this. And you know what? We're going to be done with the Brackeys tutorials, at least for today. And we're going to walk on a new thing, completely new thing that we haven't done yet, actually. We'll be walking on the main menu. $1920 by 1080. Tittle. Ba 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 ba. There you go. What in the shoot? Levels. Or should this be play? Oh, hey, look, it works. there you go. Alright. No, there's no public void back. Level loader, that's a separate thing. I might as well just make a level loader now. Scene array. Can I do array? Here we go. Public float. So can I do just like scene array levels or something? I don't know. Yes, you can. You can? Huh? Alright. Well, that's cool. Sounds nice. You know, it's just a little nice. The frick? Levels. No, I guess not. Whatever. tab. 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 Okay. Tab. Anyways. What do I call it? All caps test level. Okay. Oh. Does not have an exclamation point, which is good. Alright. So level loader is now done, basically. We'll do that in a second. Quit walks. Options. Options won't walk. At least currently. And also, I'll get rid of levels. There you go. Okay. So if we hit the play button, we want the main menu to disappear. Yeah, there. I want to change the order. Hitting the play button and then levels, game object set activable. Yes. If we click the options, we want the main menu to disappear again, and we want the options to set active, and then the quit button. It's so cool that that is considered like a component. That's so cool though. I love that. That makes doing that so easy. Just saying. Cancel invoke. No. Quit game. What does the quit button do? It quits the gosh dang game. Good gracious, Jeffrey. Okay. So back button is gonna have the levels go bye-bye. And the main menu appear. Alright. Now I should be able to click through the menus. Hit play. Okay, we hit back, options, back, quit, application is closed. And, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Reposition all of those. There you go. And then in options, we're going to things there. So walk in progress. And progress. Yeah, progress. Progress. We want this to be centered. So it's a walk in progress right now. That way I can differentiate between play and options. Make that bright red. There we go. Walk in progress. Love that color scheme, by the way. The navy and the red. Such a cool color scheme. But yeah, you can watch the in the hierarchy, you can watch the main menu levels and options, how they kind of swap between each other. There. Yeah. Now, when we hit play, now we can walk on the levels. Alright. We're gonna back up from doing that. And actually we don't need that. Create an empty for level buttons. There you go. This is gonna have a grid layout. There you go. Okay. Wait a minute. You know what? There you go. Oh, frick you. go. Now, currently, all of these just go back to the main menu. But there you go. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I think. This, geez, this part of the process only takes forever, like, once. So, you know. And it doesn't even take that long. Test level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, test. Alright, there you go. And then I'm going to have a test level button. Test. "35 walks. Of course, that's the only one that will actually walk currently. But hey. Two, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test level. Alright, perfect. And yeah, that's the entire main menu all done. There you go. Um. Alright, that's better. I had this issue before, by the way. Just saying. I've had this issue. And you ever thing the lighting not walking for some reason? It's very weird. It's very, very weird. You know what? We're gonna make some new materials here. Alright, we're gonna finish the UI, basically. And, yeah. So the temp quit button can now turn into the pause button. There we go. So now we have a pause button. And the pause button is going to activate a... Okay, so that's all under that. UI, we're going to create a new panel. This is going to be paused. Or pause screen. Your game has crashed. That seriously does look like a crashed kind of thing. It's a little silly. What the? Oh, use navy material. Okay, real freaking navy. Grab that hex. And there it is. Not back, resume. Dum-dum. resume. So resume is going to disable the pause screen. And the pause button is obviously going to enable the pause screen. So there you go. So now if you hit pause, you can see this brings up that. And now you kind of do some things with this. So you can either resume, or there's going to be two other options. It's going to be like a quit button, and then there's going to be a restart button number 2. Yes, good. Quit. Restart. Restart. Restart button. Yeah, it should be the order, and then so you're plus 100, you're negative. So you can either resume, restart, or quit. There you go. So paused. So resume just does that. Restart. Don't we have a function for that somewhere? Is it in Game Manager? Yeah, Game Manager. Exactly. Dang, right. Yeah, since we have that in there anyways, we'll just reuse that. So restart. We'll get the Game Manager. Use that, and we'll just restart. And then resume. And then quit is like the only one that actually needs its own thing. I'll just put it in Game Manager again because I might as well. So we'll make a new public void, and we'll call this void quit. And we'll do scene manager dot load scene main menu. There you go. Add those to there, and that should actually be the entirety of that pause menu all done. So what I'm gonna do is, again in here, oh, I made a thing for game over. Nice. Alright, if input get key, whatever the frick. So if you hit that, then that will happen. There you go. Very simple. Okay, that makes sense. There you go, I like that. Resume. Restart. Quit. Quit doesn't work for some reason. Probably because I didn't set it up. Yep. Did not set it up yet. Makes sense. Alright, now it should work. So you can see it instantly loads, which is good. It's nice, we like that. So you can either resume. Let's say I place down some turret, right? And then let's say I restarted. You can see turrets go away. If I hit R, turrets go away. You know, with the stupid fog, that makes that look really weird. Let me get rid of the fog. Can I like open? Hello? Whatever, rendering, lighting. It's more of a curve like that. And then sunset. Yeah, you can't bulk upgrade in balloons, any of them. So, yeah. Even these turrets have full map range. It's just dumb. Whatever. Anyways. There you go. Hey, the lighting works. Nice. You can see the red projectile. And you can tell it's a black projectile. It's so cool. Nice. Now I can one-shot the basic guys here. There you go. No unlimited money cheat. This is legit right there. Buzz buzz. Never. It's like as soon as the target gets there. Dang. Yeah, that is indeed a thing. Okay. Well. I think build 3 is going to be a little better than build 2, just a smidge. It's fine. And the final thing in this stream is gonna be me uploading this to here. Oh yeah, so Waveform, my music. We're gonna listen to some of those, especially Endless Possibility, because I fixed it and now it sounds way nicer. So yeah. Although it sounds really bad when you listen to it in Google Drive because of compression. So I'd recommend, if you actually want to listen to the music instead of just listening to it in the Google Drive, actually downloading it, because it's so much better. But yeah. Also get stereo speakers, those are important. Whatever. Anyways, close this. And yeah. Go download Build Free. And yeah. Okay then. No, I don't want to open sticky notes, Herbert. So yeah, this is my remix of Endless Possibility that I did on Waveform. Enjoy. Restarting. Yeah. Anyways. I changed the song around a little bit by adding the little flute parts, and also it's extended by a little bit. But there's the little parts with the flute that really helps a lot. So yeah, the flute, very useful. Beautiful sound too, by the way. So you know. Anyways, Talinator is ending the stream. If you're going to bed at 9:30, good on you. Because most of us will go to bed at 12. Good night.